Thank you for the like. Appreciate the like. Stone Homie. Morning, Yuri. How goes the Sons of Mars conceptualizing? Silver comment says hello. Hi, Stone. You changed your ICT. Hello. Picture I see. Yeah, I forgot I had an old AI generated image, and I'm really trying to get completely away from that stuff. Are those alien species you're adding? Yeah, so these, I think they're gonna be part of the manifestations, where they're, going to be, like, this is sort of a breedery. I'm trying to, I was thinking about having them, like, make more of their eggs on the backs of, like, the you know, the little manifestation creatures, but then, like, I just think it'd be better just to have, like, a giant floating jellyfish that constantly produces them, and they just kind of float wherever, you know, and she just, like, spews them out in, like, huge droves all the time, like the eggs, you know, and they're gonna be like almost like they're gonna look like body bags that can, like, kind of, like, move around, if that makes sense, and then the creature comes out of it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, I just think, like, you know, I'm not saying that they can't throw up, like, more versions of themselves. I just really like the idea of, like, you know, having a brood mother that just constantly produces tons and tons of the little I'm thinking the Sons of Mars are going to call the term for the soldiers for like these manifestation creatures is going to be the stain. So, like, you know, that's what they're going to call the smaller ones, stains. And yeah, like, I'm just thinking of kind of going in that direction with it. I'm just developing some ideas. Like, I'm basically farming for ideas right now, and I was debating on whether, like, how, like, I don't know, and I'm just gonna make it weird, and then, like, once I have enough that I feel like I can put something together, you know. Basically, the eggs float through wind, but they out of reach of predators. Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea, right? Like, they're out of. I mean, they just show up, and then they basically spread quickly, right? So, like, it's more, their strategy is relying more on, like, mass numbers. And so she would, like, float over, and it kind of makes me think of the overlords from StarCraft, and just start spewing out eggs everywhere, and the creep or whatever, and then that's an origin point. And, like, once you let that go on a planet, like, once you've missed that point where they're just spreading, it's basically a huge deal, because they're not gonna stop reproducing and spreading, right? That's sort of like the thing. Oh, by the way, guys, I have 2.9 average viewers on Twitch. I literally just need 0.01 or whatever to get to my affiliate. So I just probably, like, another couple of weeks, like, once my average hits definitively over 3, I'll get my affiliate on Twitch, which isn't, I think it's not a huge deal. I think it's, like, kind of like everyone that streams consistently gets it, basically, as far as I understand. But I'm super proud of it. Like, it's a good, yeah, it's a good, like, little goal to get, you know what I mean? I mean, if your average view is, like, you know, slowly crawling up, that's saying something, right? Like, at least there's that. So I'm kind of just and regardless, if we ended up never doing anything with the Sons of Mars stuff, I'm still sitting here sketching, you know what I mean? I'm still talking, sketching. Every little success matters. It all adds up. Yeah. I'm still, like I said, if this ends up, like, if I can definitely eventually have enough material where even if I don't make a story, kind of like a comic book, I can definitely release, like, although that's the other things, I'm not sure how to go about, like, who do you go to like publish a book or whatever. but I could definitely do like a world kind of book where it's more all of these ideas in one book, and it just kind of explains the world and like the creatures on that planet and how they interact with each other. If we didn't end up doing like a comic book, I could always just kind of push it in that direction. But regardless, you know, it's good to maybe like have like a single goal to move towards in art. But I don't know. Oh, I saw somebody draw. Oh, man, I was thinking of having like certain units. Manifestation production. Like brood mother. Something will turn up to turn it into a book eventually. Something will turn up to turn it into a book. Yeah. So I just need to I just need to keep working on it, and eventually I just need, right now it's I need to find some stable way of making money off of art, and then I think a lot of times I have a tendency to kind of spread myself too thin across too many like ideas, and I'm already like working on the streaming thing, right? And commissions. If those come up, I'll do commissions. And it may not be like a good idea. Like I'm still gonna like basically farm for ideas while I'm sketching and stuff, and then putting them in like one folder where there's a definitive and then I'll do like the more rendered out pictures also to kind of give a definitive look. Like this is like what a cover would look like or something, and then maybe it'll get used for that too. Who knows? But right now I don't want to get too early into that, because I don't want to keep changing stuff constantly and then redrawing the same cover. But that might end up happening just because like practicality and stuff like that, But anyway, speaking of spreading myself too thin, I'll get an idea and then I'll just start moving towards it, and then I'll realize that I already have like 7 ideas in the background, and I'm like, I need to stop doing that to myself, But yeah. My mom had her birthday yesterday, which I forgot about, but Facebook let me know. But there's something strange about watching like your parents turn into like a raisin. Like every year they get smaller and like more dried up looking, and there's just something about it where kind of weird. Yeah, she's 1 year older again. Every year she gets 1 year older. I'm also thinking like the black goo that comes out of this creature has like ability to like crystallize, not crystallize, but imagine like dry up and like grow into a structure. Basically, it can create a 3D matrix. So like wherever it is, it'll start to grow a hive around itself, like a 3D printing based out of this black goo that is their like life force. It'll start to create a structure around. So even if it's a barren planet without caves and stuff or any infrastructure for them necessarily, or even in space, it could start to a bunch of these could float into space, and even though they don't have any kind of energy source, they could, you know, at least start to kind of create a hive. You know what I mean? A 3D hive to protect themselves. Oh my god, that's such a good idea. Because I was thinking, how would they get to other planets, right? Like, how do you evolve to a point where you can move to another planet? And I guess, like, if it can envelop itself, like, obviously, these creatures cannot survive the vacuum of space, but they could, in theory, the brood mothers could cover themselves in the black goo that solidifies, and then it just gets pushed out into space, and it just floats around until it senses that it's next to a planet, and then it just starts reproducing again over there. So they're just, like, slowly taking over. That's a good idea. So it creates like an asteroid around itself and isolates itself from. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Someone write that down. That's a really good idea. I need somebody to be like, I need somebody to be writing my genius ideas down. Not to say that something like that already doesn't exist, because I don't know. If water bears exist, everything exists. Oh yeah, there are some animals that do just that. Yeah, it isolates itself in the black goo. Yeah, but also the black goo hardens, right? So the black goo becomes like this hard surface. So like I think of like this like sap from trees. Like if you damage a tree, if you've ever had damaged a tree or whatever, you'll notice there's like this nectar, like this sort of like amber nectar that comes out of it, and it dries to prevent the tree from dying, you know what I mean? It's like heals itself. And so this is kind of like that, but black. And it envelops itself in like this 3D matrix, like an egg around itself, slowly grows like a cocoon. Then it hardens like that nectar sap from a tree, and then like it can just kind of go from there. Black goo gardens and becomes black surface, which becomes an amber like. Yeah, it could have an amber reflective surface, you know what I mean? Black goo hardens and becomes a black surface. Yeah, like a hard shell that's vacuum protected, which becomes an amber like. Yeah. I think, God, I'm just riffing like genius ideas over here. I should be careful. I'm giving Hollywood away everything before you know it. Envelops us up. Yeah. There you go. Notes for later. Yeah, I'm gonna draw another version of it. Let me see here. Like enveloping itself in a cocoon. Oh guys, I gotta show you something. I did do a little painting last night, and I think I did really good on the wings. At least the color theme. I'll show you this what I have. I kind of thought I would be done with this, but I'm not. Alright, so I thought I would be done with this, but it kind of, I was looking at it later and I'm like, yeah, this is nowhere near done. It still needs a little bit of polish on it, but it's getting there. So, see how I did the color on the wings? I think I did a good job. Like, the whole creature is supposed to be white, but when I looked at pictures of it, it does have like these brown accents. And so I don't know. I think this part turned out really dynamic and good looking, in my opinion. I would definitely like to use this creature in combat. It looks great. Thank you. I deserve this praise. I worked hard. I sat here and listened to podcasts and painted, and it was rough. But yeah, you can't make a living doing this, but you can be appreciated. Or maybe some people make a living doing this, but It would be. I would not be. I would lose my. If I had to just paint. If I had to sit there and do nothing but paint, I would lose my mind. Actually, like I do love painting, but I like to do it like once or twice a week, not 12 hours a day. I can draw all day because it's more it's me. It's more me. This is like more the model is somebody else's. Thank you. Thank you. It does not look badass the way the wings turned out. And it kind of makes sense now. Like, he looked gray, and now he's still kind of gray, or, you know, he's supposed to be more white. But now it kind of, with the wings being that way, it all kind of comes together and makes sense that he's white. He's not just a plastic model. I don't know. I like I said, I'm going to touch him up a little bit more. I got to play around and whiten up some areas to kind of really bring out, you know, make sure he doesn't look gray. But yeah, I just thought, like, I need to remember how I did that, and I actually kind of like remember how I did it this time, like how to blend colors and stuff. And yeah, it's just okay. The sword too. Yeah, I try to do the non-metallic metallic. So I kind of do that, you know, the line where the reflection would be, and then like some of the, you know, spots where there would be that kind of reflective kind of thing going on. So yeah, it's more I can almost get that look. It's just when you're doing the non-reflective metal look, it's really difficult to pull off. At least for me, I don't know. It's quite a hassle, and it's very easy to make it look cheap and crap. Like, really easy. Like, if you're not paying attention even a little bit, it immediately turns to poop, and you don't want to turn it to poop. So here's the sort of the similar, and this is just for my own memory, is going to be a similar kind of brood mother, Stain. Oh yeah, so their name, the faction name, as far as the soldiers call it, is going to be Stain. Stain. I think that's really like a good, you know, that's what soldiers would call it to dehumanize them. Which they are not human, but, you know, to further dehumanize them. I'm telling you guys, I've been practicing taking, going to sleep twice, and it's been a life changer. Because a lot of times I'll wake up and I'm like decently rested, but I know I could still fall asleep if I tried. So I usually get up and do a little bit of like, you know, a little bit of morning routine, play a game of Call of Duty, and then go back to sleep for an hour or two. And I've been feeling so good. I forgot you can feel this good. It's just like I have to live my life this way from now on. I can never go back to like a strict routine where I'm just up because I can't sleep consistently. Like, so I just have to like go back to sleep when I feel like I can. And so it's been absolutely like the greatest thing. I can't even tell you like how good I feel after just like a couple days of doing this. Like, my chest feels lighter. It's just amazing. I can breathe better. I can think better. Oh, by the way, I did my math thing. I'll show you guys later if you're interested. But like I was doing like my math practice, and actually like I got up to like 82 solutions for like, I think it's a minute and a half. I don't remember exactly like what the timer's set to, but my solution count did go up once. Like I did like more than 70. Usually I'm around in the 70s, and yeah. Yeah, I also like I've been playing this game called Hardship. Hardship is like, it's basically, it teaches you the basics of building a logic chip, and it's on Steam. It has a free demo. And you basically, like, the theme of the game is you're on a crashed ship, and the components, like, you literally, to get through the ship, you have to, like, rebuild the components. um, like the microchips to get things to work again, and it starts off with like very simple ones where you're just like connecting super simple circuits, and then you start building and or gates and stuff like that, and do full on full on kind of things that you build. And so I started playing that a little bit because I find computers to be like super fascinating. So, and I mean like how computers actually work is actually like really interesting. It's all math though. That's the thing. It's like it's just pure logic. I like it. I like that it's that way. Not that I'm super good at that kind of stuff, but I think I'm gonna have a slogan like when I post my Sons of Mars like epic like soldiers fighting these like creatures, and it's gonna say the title of it will be "We fight because they exist," and I feel like that's like a really good mentality for like this dark universe. Their very existence requires us to fight. So I'm gonna draw kind of like what I was doing there, but more of the envelopment around it, to where it's like building a cocoon. What is the temperature outside? I'm sort of curious now. -3, okay. Which isn't too bad. I think this was a good idea, farm. this is like pretty early on this in this session, and I already feel like I farmed out like a pretty good like little nugget. True, it could be worse. Yeah. I'm probably only gonna stream for like 3 or 4 hours today because I actually do have work today that I gotta go pick up and do, and it's kind of like a lot of it. So hopefully I grind through all that work and just be done with it pretty quickly. Like by tomorrow, I want to have that out of the way. But tonight, after I'm gonna be done streaming, I have to go straight over there, pick up work, and then probably I'll have to work all the way through like the rest of the day to kind of get it out of the way. Which is actually like really good for me because I actually do need like some kind of cash income flow kind of thing going on. So it's actually like kind of a lifesaver. That I have the ability to kind of work from home, even though it's not a lot of money, but it's like very like comfortable. Start the black goo. try to make it like look like it's kind of going around the creature a little bit more. I imagine there's like thousands of them too, so. Sound effects here, sorry. And so it spews out the black goo on the ground, and then it just sort of, as long as it's sort of connected to its body, I feel like it should be able to morph and transform its shape into whatever structure it wants. Like in this case, being the egg sac or the protective sort of surface, so it can like go into space. in order to just survive in like really hostile environments where it can continue to like reproduce more stains. Felgar 777 billions. Yeah, they reproduce very quickly. That's their whole. Silver comment says, yeah, that could work. Yeah. They're all about the. Well, at least this faction is all about the numbers. I really like the calling them stains or whatever, because they do leave behind like a lot of like this amber residue. Like me and Silver Comet were talking about having the black goo that comes out of the brood mothers be sort of like as long as it's connected to her, she can like manipulate it. Like you've seen those videos where they have like the black goo that they put the magnetic dust in there, and it's like this oily residue with magnetic dust, and it can like move around because now it has like magnetism. So this kind of works in the same way, where as long as it's connected to her, she can like manipulate the trajectory of how it's shaped before it dries up into amber, like the sap from trees. So once it's like before it's dry, she can basically build entire like these brood mothers. They can build entire cities and on any planet. As soon as they get there, they can basically start to spew this black goo everywhere and start to build a 3D matrix of a new hive. And once you let that go and that gets out of control a little bit, it's basically over for that planet, because they I still haven't thought of like what their fundamental needs are as far as food. I don't want to make them I don't want them to be able to survive without some sort of biomatter, because like if they're like solar powered and they can just do this, then they're just invincible. There has to be something to where if there's no like material to consume for them, like something, then they go into stasis mode, and these hives and everything just goes into like this frozen kind, like insects during the winter. How do they all survive? God only knows, but they make it through the winter and then they come back alive and start to manifest, right? That's kind of how these things. Bet I heard my dog coughing or something. These things are kind of like the same way. They do need food, otherwise the colony just sort of has to go into, they lock everything down, the hives, they stop producing children, and then they just kind of sit back and wait for some sign, some evidence that there's going to be, and maybe they send out more brood mothers onto different planets. Yeah, I know about the magnetic dust. Yeah, those are pretty cool videos, They got me the first time I saw that. I thought it was pretty strange. Now I know, but still pretty dope. So this would be like her, starting to envelop herself in the black goo, forming like a shell that, just like sap on a tree. Like if you've ever seen a damaged tree, right? The sap will dry into like this amber kind of like, eventually it turns into like something like a rot, I guess, after millions of years. But basically, like, this is a similar concept where this is a way for them to protect themselves for long periods of time. For insects, let's say bees, only queens survive tucked deep in workers, and next spring they go out to make a new hive. Yeah, the insect world is very inspiring. Their ability to just adapt to new situations. They have like these Japanese hornet killers. So usually they're like bees, right? And they're like these gentle, like they're Asian bees, but they're like kind of like the European bee, where they're kind of small and docile. But they have the ability to. So basically, if a hive gets discovered by, say, hornets or whatever, and they can just basically take out the hive one by one. They just sit there and chew through them like very quickly. There's nothing because the pincers aren't big enough of the bees to take on like the big wasps or whatever. It's like, I don't know, these wasps that they were showing on this video was huge. And so what they do is the Japanese bees have like these, like, I think they're from Japan or like some Asian bee or whatever. They have the ability to like fake death. And so when they lure the first scout of the wasp, right? Well, they kill that first, the first thing that comes, right? So they lure her in there, and they can all gang up and chew her up. And so they've adapted this strategy to be able to protect themselves from, you know, large insects that would normally be able to wipe out a colony if they all came grouped up. But because they can kill the scout, they have this defense matrix in effect. And yeah, so they've adapted their behavior to be able to do something they normally would not be able to defend against. So yeah, all kinds of interesting things going on in the insect world that we don't know about. But you have to watch them for, like, I guess, you know, the people that study that, they gotta just dedicate months to observing all this stuff to kind of get the idea of what's going on. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the bees and all the ants and stuff. In this case, this is basically like they're like the queens, but they're more like reproducing machines. They're not really the centralized core of this faction. There's also a wasp species that has photographic memory. It will remember your face and haunt you. I'm sure that's true. But yeah, that's sort of the story. I'm just glad insects are not in range to be able to like take us on, really. I mean, you could die from a wasp attack or something, but or you know, largely they're not a super threat. Do they have intelligence or act purely on instinct? I think that's something we'll keep kind of a mystery. I haven't like really decided on that, if they have like some sort of sentience. I think they have some, you know what I mean? They have, it's sort of like a collective mind kind of thing. As an individual, they are not that smart, but collectively, they can achieve sort of amazing results. And you know, I think that there would be a centralized core tenet that that you sort of like maybe a big brain or something. I don't know. I haven't decided if they have something where they have a centralized thing that if you take it out, they all die. Not sure yet. It could just go back to the gods idea, where it's like the gods, like these were at one point, like let's say deep lore right now talk. These were once humans, right? And through making a deal with some sort of space horror entity, they became these things. and so they slowly devolved into this monstrosity like faction, right? So like, but this is like deep lore, right? Like this isn't even on the books yet. Like, I don't know. And so like they just, I forgot what I was talking about actually. As far as sentience, I don't know. I think so. I think like there's gonna be some sort of sentience, but they've lost a lot of that throughout time. A large army of wasp against the military. I'm gonna have to give to wasp. They are relentless. I think so. I think you're right. They definitely do not. Their ability to not care about their own deaths is like sort of like kind of what makes them so, able to achieve things quickly. So space jellyfish. This is another, creature now we have for the faction of the Stain. Or I mean, I guess they're called scientifically they're manifestations, but or whatever name we gave them. I just really like the word Stain and calling them that. If humanity did have some sort of like giant ant problem, like imagine if crabs, like if ants were the size of crabs, right, and they were just as relentless and they spread out the same, they could easily like overwhelm a human city. Everything would have to be in a cave, reinforced by steel. Everything would have to be like on that level. Otherwise, just you would not be able to survive. Your entire life would be like in an underground, shelter, where you'd have to constantly be like making sure that every bolt and nut is, fastened and secured. Yeah, they would be too much. I think so. I think it would pretty much be over if they were. So what I'm kind of imagining is like when they first spit out the slugs. So they're basically like, imagine a body bag. There's something inside of there, but this thing in itself is alive too. Like these slug creatures that they spit out, they're sort of undefined, and they kind of crawl around and also like, they're pretty harmless, but like I'm trying to think if I should have them like what kind of, I like the idea of just giving them a just keep them super simple maybe for now. But I also feel like there's been so many like slug-like creatures, or you know what I mean, like how do I differ, like what kind of for now it's just a slug, right? I don't even know if it'll have eyes. I think not. I don't want to overly complicate the concept of these slug creatures that become the main fighting unit. Maybe I should do. It definitely will metamorphose into a full like humanoid creature that goes out and fights. But for right now, like what I'm thinking is like maybe it has a mouth at the bottom like a leech, like a. I'm thinking maybe a leech, where they're like relatively harmless, but if you slip up in the black goo and you get stuck in it, these things they're gonna get you. Again, I'm not super committed to this right now. I'm just sort of thinking out loud. Just thinking out loud. So like it could even just kind of leave behind like slug residue. I know that sounds super appetizing, the idea of eating slug residue, and filling. Let's be realistic. It sounds good. Do you want it to have an evolution stage? Well, I feel like no. I feel like these things go from like this is basically like a mobile egg. It's basically larva, right? It's basically an egg that has some capacity to defend itself. I'm even tempted to just to have like you can see the fetus in there, like as it's crawling around, you can see the developing fetus. Is that too dark? Am I going too far? But anyway, like you see the glow of, or maybe not the glow, but you can kind of, if you flash the flashlight at it, you would see the creature in there moving around, like the violent baby that is violent, like it's vicious from the moment of its birth, right? All right. Yeah, I think like it's just I think that's you know they already, because evolution, as far as I understand it, is small gradual changes over time. You know, like these things are they're obviously influenced by things changing them. You know what I mean? If the stain exists on some really hot planet, they would develop some defensive measures against it over time, but they don't have necessarily like what I understand evolution to be, like in a like a faster form of evolution. They don't have that kind of thing. They have stages of that are already like sort of predetermined based on what unit types they need. So say they need like ranged units, they can have that. They can have various kind of things, that the tools that they can breed quickly in order to form an army to like kind of take over a planet. So I kind of like where this is going, and like I said, maybe I'll do like a slug creature that I'm not super committed to the leech idea, but I'm gonna render it out a little bit here. Like it has the ability to latch onto people, so you got to be kind of careful around them. It's the leech idea is fine. Nice. I think the leech idea can work. You know what I mean? like I just like the idea of them being able to have some defensive measures. Maybe even like have. I don't want to add like little feet. You know, I think that's too like at that point it's already like its own like it's basically a creature at that point, and it needs to be not a creature. It needs to be a something that like a larva. You know. If I did have a slug, if I did have like a slug with like, I'm just gonna draw one out with one leg coming out of its forehead, and just see if that'll kind of work as far as like how it moves around. It just has this one leg that it, pulls itself forward with a one leg. No feet would work. Yes, animals have defensive measures like that. Yeah. Let me see if I can. Just as a quick idea, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not marrying this idea, but maybe like one thing like it's got like the one thing to like have like a little claw that comes out where it can like move itself forward. Like imagine a body bag like that has that's making a creature, right? It's working on it, but the way it moves around is like kind of like a slug, but it also has like one like little thing, one like little leg that it can use to like pull itself forward towards you. We need to, I feel like we need to be more open-minded towards new ideas, Just the one limb. This makes me want to draw, like this would be really weird, but this makes me want to do like a full rendered out, like this creature, like these slugs, and just have like a human, like clearly like a human in a body bag type of larva, and then just the one claw like propelling it forward. I think that's like a really fun idea. I mean, it's dark and it's like, what is going on? And there could be like an edge of a sewer here, and like the black goo is like running down the wall. I think that's a really fun concept. Again, this is what sketching is for, is to like run through a lot of good ideas and just see which ones kind of stick. I don't know, too weird. Basically, they have the parasite latch onto a human and swallow them whole. Well, no, like it's just, I just mean like their developments, like they are going to like create a, well, I don't know if you saw last night's, like what we were doing last night, but I'll draw like what one of this, like a fully grown stain looks like. But this is still, I'm just saying like it's you see the person inside the layer of skin in anguish, but the parasite has full control. I like kind of, but like it's developing its own human inside. Like once they're done, like they basically have. I'll show you. Like I'll draw out like a fully grown stain once they hatch. They do look humanoid. I wanted them to look like they just have giant mouths and like like a mouth and all that good stuff. Just kind of finish it just so I can kind of have a reference idea I can go back to. Like I said, I'm not super married to the one leg leech idea. It's a little bit too, I don't know, weird, I guess. But yeah, let's draw one over here. I don't know if I have enough space over there. I kind of don't want to force myself to be in a corner. Let's move the camera a little bit here. So the basic, like once it goes from this, so this is like one. So this is gonna be like step one is the brood mother or whatever. Step two is it throws up these leeches, right? Step two is a larva, or how do you spell larvae? Is that how you spell larvae? Anyway, so at first, this is like my very first initial. It almost was like a little light bulb that like glowed, and I'm like, I slowly moved towards more organic kind of creature. But yeah, anyway, and then so stage 3 is it's a full humanoid, and right now it's not a super developed concept. It's just literally like a human with a giant head and mouth, and they're gonna be like same black color kind of. Let me see here. So they're not super original right now. I haven't like thought of a way to kind of make them super crazy, and I want them to have like little short legs, like little awkward short legs to make them a little bit silly looking. But there's gonna be like a big emphasis on the mouth part where they have like this giant sprawling. And they have no eyes or anything like that. Red says hi, larvae. Yeah, that's how I spent it. Larvae. Hi Red. Hi Silver. Hey Nick, we got a new one. I was storyboarding, and your live stream popped up. Nice. Yeah, we're sort of developing a world right now. We're like thinking of how like these are stages of like the stain development or breeding kind of system. So they're. This is like the stage 1 where it goes from, I don't know if you were here for this. This faction is called the Stain. And this is the brood mother. The brood mother is able to protect itself with black goo. Let me show you. She has like this black goo that she can envelop herself in to protect herself and like fly through space and create structure. That's how they build their architecture, is with this black goo. It's like a sap that protects a tree, and it hardens over time. And so then you got like the larvae that they basically poop out. You'll see them, bunch of them right here. They kind of crawl around and stuff, but inside is brewing a creature like such as this that is like humanoid looking, and they're fast, agile, all that good stuff. Is your characters you decided it should be real or plastic toys? Well, no, the Sons of Mars, like, they're real. It's just that, like, I'm just, they're real, like, but they're metaphorically like plastic toys, like they're, spiritually connect, like that. But I don't know, yeah, they're definitely like organic, they're organic, they're not robots, but the Sons of Mars will be stamped in a die. And like the paste that they use, thank you, the paste that they use is living material that basically, they're creating the body in a die, like where it gets cooked and stuff like that. And then that pasty bodies, they attach the boots and the gloves, so giving them articulation and stuff for their hands. And the brain is installed later also. That's manufactured separately.
So yeah, these things they're literally just like little eating machines. You know, I'm also thinking about having some deep lore about how these guys are also derived from humans a long time ago. Basically, like I'm almost thinking about all these factions came out of human ingenuity, and then like something went really bad, and they just like genocided everyone, and then like the humans no longer exist. Like they died out. This is based, but all of these things derive from human achievements, basically. And then I could even like add. I don't know if I'm gonna add spikes on his back. I really want to see the teddy bear soldiers with metal plate armors. Yeah, we'll get the teddy bears are, you know, I'm thinking of putting them in as like the Sons of Mars, like part of their faction. But there will be factions that have split. The teddy bears, they have their own factories that they fight against sort of our main like faction, and they have their own sort of view on the world kind of thing. And in fact, when you see the teddy bears in the upper left corner, when you see that one, maybe the ones that escaping are the ones that have like had a fault in their logic system, and so they escaped from the factories and sort of built their own civilization that wasn't within the confines of the human empire. That could kind of, we could kind of work that in that way, like to explain like why some of the teddy bears kind of chose to go their own path. It's just a manufacturing flaw at the end of the day. So this one just got birthed, right? So it's still got like the goo on its all over it. It's like everything's like sticky and gooey and all that good stuff. Yeah, this is this is Stain. That's what this faction is, definitively now. I'll fix the letter. Don't worry about the letters. I'll fix them later. I can sit here and create monstrosities all day. I'll never get tired of it. These creatures give me Venom vibes and Quiet Place vibes. Yeah, I was like sort of thinking about that a little bit. Like I'm like, I don't want to step on any toes. To me, like the little hands, their little stabby hands remind me a lot of like the praying mantis or the Dead Space kind of hands. They had kind of a similar praying mantis kind of style design. So I might move away from this a little bit, depending. Like I gotta go look at those creatures and see like if I'm really stepping on anyone's toes, or if this is like, it's like whatever. I'm not, you know. There's enough originality in the other creatures like combined as a faction that it shouldn't be like too much of an issue. But I really kind of just want them to be sort of blind. They look metal. You mean like metal as in like hard metal, like, or do you mean like metal as in like they actually look like the material metal? But yeah, it's you know, I want to be careful. I want to be respectful of other people's IPs. Like I can come up with more designs, you know, but I don't want to do something like give them more arms. You know what I mean? Like I kind of want to keep it like I want to keep it like I want to keep them like a little bit on the dorky side, if that makes sense. Like I want these guys to look a little bit weirder than they are like purely scary, right? Because if I wanted this thing to like look, no, like saying it's cool. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, like it's like I can make these guys look more terrifying by making the shoulders bigger, head smaller, give them small piercing eyes, right? I can do all that, but I kind of want them to be like kind of goofy a little bit, because the Sons of Mars, the whole universe is gonna have like this kind of weird aesthetic to it, where things aren't. They I feel like the more goofy I can make things, the more horrifying I can make the lore, if that makes sense. Like the worse I can get with like the lore and like what happens in the stories, because like I'm going to like make everything like look like it's a cartoon, and so that'll, I don't know. Maybe that's a mistake too, because they'll say I'm targeting kids. Like they'll eventually be like, you're targeting children or whatever. So maybe that's a mistake, but I just like the idea of making things kind of goofy looking. This is for adults. Alright, this is gonna be for. You mean your characters are going to be small, right? Well, I mean small in terms like, you know, they're like the size of pit bulls. I don't know, like yeah. Like, they live in a big world, but have small bodies. Yeah, they have big heads, small bodies. You know, eternal warfare. That kind of thing. There could also be different variations of this creature. Like, maybe, like, one of them can have, like, more than, like, 2 legs. Actually, I kind of want to draw... I'm gonna keep redrawing this until something like kind of cooler and original comes out of it, because I really don't, or at least maybe there's like I said, they're very malleable, and their birth rate is high, so they can experiment with building various different designs quickly, and that's part of their advantage, is they don't have to stick to one formula like humans do, where you get like one baby that takes like 9 months. It's a whole process. These guys are more like reproduce fast, make bunch of like failed different copies, but once you find something that works, you can kind of reproduce quickly into like the new design, so like maybe some of them will have like more than 2 legs or something. Maybe one will have like just the 1 leg and it's standing on its hands, and just the 1/3 leg is like back here kind of balancing the three legs kind of system, Oh, by the way, the amount of recordable hours I have, like watch time hours, is 1776, which is the year that the American Revolution started. I'm pretty sure. So that's the basic fight. That's the basic fighting unit once it's born. That's sort of like what we're going for. I'm gonna move to the next page, and I'm going to draw more variations of this guy. Look, I really feel like I need to. I can't believe I've already been here for an hour and 40 minutes. It's crazy how time flies. I might have to go make myself some coffee here in a minute. So this is kind of what I was talking about, is having its head here, and then like you have your like body, and then like I don't want to make it too fancy, right? So maybe like we have the version where it has, so this is like when you're running low on resources and you have to keep producing units, but you don't have like all the material, so maybe you like cut down on the amount of limbs that they produce, right? So they're like the cheaper version of them. So they have like this leg here, just the one. Sorry, I spit on the paper. Oops. And then just the one backwards leg here, and then the two arms are going to be like here. So it's, you know what I mean, still very mobile and dangerous, but it's sort of like it's saving the resources by not making all the extra legs. Let me sort of render that out a little bit so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I think a lot of my love for creatures came, if you guys have ever seen the movie Critters, a lot of my like love for like very twisted kind of like birth cycles, because I really enjoyed like how they would like, you know, just their teeth and everything. Like I'm a really big fan of that kind of thing, and especially when the creature has like a life cycle, like in the Alien franchise where they like show you exactly how the one thing leads to the next thing. And so that's kind of like what I like to explore, is like the creature, but I also like to imagine how it would reproduce and like take over other, you know, sort of environments. You know what? I'm halfway thinking about just like just doing a full book about the stain. Just a full book about stain. It's just pages of like of their reproduction cycle and how they go from their god all the way down to like the control brains that, you know, are like maybe on 3 different planets they have like these brains that control the whole hive. Then you have the from there you have the brood mothers that spread out the faction all over the universe, right? So you have like this deep lore, and then connected back to how they were originally humans, who basically came across a cosmic horror and became basically this kind of maybe they have the queen. Yeah, well, yeah, they could have a queen, but I feel like the brood mothers are like the reproductive sort of vessels. And then, you know, I have to think about it, because I want like more layers of, I don't want it to just be god brain. And when I say god, I mean like the cosmic horror they came across, right? Like that's the overall spirit who controls their faction. Then you have the big brains that do all the simulations, right? Then you have like the you know, they have, and then, you know, from there they have the either queens or whatever, some sort of reproductive vessels. But yeah, I mean, we can put queen, you know, more definitive queens. I just don't want there to be. I'm afraid of how many mothers would there be? Billions. I mean, they're just as many as the Empire can reproduce, but like I don't want there to be too much of a hierarchical kind of structure to this, because if I say that there's like this, having just one wouldn't do. No, it wouldn't do. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to have a lot of hierarchy necessarily, because then if you kill that main thing, then you can just get rid of these guys by killing like the big boss, right? Like I want them to be just like dark, like ever present. Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe I like the idea of having the brood mothers be like the reproduction kind of factories, and not necessarily have like a super centralized system, because and maybe like later they find out there is, but you know, overall I kind of want to keep it. I want to keep these guys like sort of unkillable because they are just sort of they are so decentralized. You know, it's such a decentralized faction that it's just like a plague. It's like you know, think of them as like a plague of locusts, right? They just appear and it's just this huge problem. They're not necessarily like. I mean, they do have a overarching goal, right? Like they are trying to take over the universe, or at least the brains, somewhere that's controlling all of this is doing that. Having a lot would make sense, and it'll be more better when the other mothers revolted to do their own thing, like the ants when they are far away, far from. Yeah, I think the ants though, don't they kind of work a little bit different? Don't they? I mean, I'm not an ant expert, but from what I understand, what they do is like they have like when they spawn the new queens and the new queens fly out, that automatically becomes like I think that automatically becomes a non-friendly colony. Like none of the colonies are cooperating, are they? Having a lot would make sense. It would be revolted to do their own thing. Like I think what we should do is kind of like that system. Like okay, let's say each planet, like there's a queen per planet, right? Like man, I kind of the only problem with the queen is that like it makes them so vulnerable. Okay, let's say there's a queen per planet. A queen shows up, she makes brood mothers, or the brood mother shows up, it knows there's not a queen in the vicinity, so a drone automatically becomes like a what would you call it? A potential queen, right? And then from there, yeah, but I think with ants, I think whenever they have a new colony, like whenever the queens fly away and make a new colony, I don't think they can like be friendly to the old colony. I think they just like that's it. Like they're just automatically on their own kind of thing. I could be wrong about that. Like, guys, let me know if I'm wrong about that. No, colonies can differ from each other, but I know they can differ from each other. But do they like can they be friendly to each other? I feel like they automatically like compete, right? Probably a good idea to make them the brood factions unstableness. Felgar says they can be friendly. Tim Boro said they can. Okay, that would make sense because then, like, if the ants kind of know on some level that every time they spawn a queen and she goes out to make her own colony, that's only ever going to be a problem for them, then why would they ever invest the time to produce, potential offspring that could become like, they could, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of makes sense that they should be able to at least have, I don't know, like sort of a cautious alliance or something. They are not. They will fight each other. So it looks like people have differing opinions. I guess we'd have to ask an ant expert, because I was always under the impression that they would fight, but I guess it doesn't make sense, because then, like, why would the ants make more colonies if the other colonies now hate them? But I don't know, I don't get it. Regardless, let me just kind of render this out. These guys are, they're ants plus, right? It's like ants, but they got more going on. They have human origins. It's like, imagine if humans became ants through cosmic horror. I think that's what these guys are. Is like they were one. Oh, that bug right there. That's kind of like the original stain. You see in the upper left corner. Okay, it went away, but you guys saw it. The train station one with all the legs and stuff. That's sort of like that could be like sort of a smart bug, or something. Well, it's just tally that to insects living solely on instinct. Well, I just tallied the insects living solely on instinct. Yeah, yeah. Felgar says it depends on the species, I guess. Yeah, I think that there's probably just more aggressive and less aggressive ants, and I feel like if they could recognize, like if it's another black ant colony that they're related to, that probably through pheromones that they would sort of have maybe some sort of an uneasy alliance, or like, you know what I mean? Maybe they're not friendly necessarily, but they sort of like know that they're kind of cool with each other unless things get like, you know, if the food supply is really good that year, they won't fight, or they're less likely to fight than like the red ants, you know. That's I think that's kind of how, I mean, I don't know. That's how I assume it sort of works in my mind. And keep in mind, I know nothing about any of this really. I'm just making stuff up. All kinds of exciting noises coming from these colonies. Yes, cases like that do happen. Nice. I used to watch, you know, stuff about ants and stuff here and there. I think everyone goes through a phase where they discover like ants, and you'll watch the documentaries, but I don't think I've ever like explicitly heard anyone talk about like how they have inter-colony like friendships, or at least I never came across that information. Like I know they basically go off pheromones as far as detecting if somebody found food and if it's an ally or enemy, but as far as like whether they would fight their own breed, or if, you know, I just think it depends on the resource basically available. Oh, what do you, the mother produce another producer for help with the production, but have high chance they will start mutiny? It's a good idea, you know what I mean? Mother produced another the mother producer. I feel like they're, to me, at least in my mind right now, the brood mothers are like, they're gonna be like they're just reproduction centers. They don't have their own sentience or their own like free will necessarily. They don't set up their own kind of like way. They're literally the reproductive organs of the empire. You know what I mean? So they can't like rebel. You can make a lot of jokes with this. Yeah, I feel like there's definitely a lot of opportunity with jokes. I just don't see, like, if streaming became actually profitable for me, I just don't see myself ever getting tired of like sitting here and talking about aliens and their reproductive cycles. I would just never get tired of that. Some in fighting is interesting. There could be some in fighting, of course. I can already see the plushie for that creature. Yeah, I think so. I kind of want to fight to keep the designs on the simple side. I don't want to like get super like I don't want to get too complicated too fast, and just kind of like, you know, keep the designs simple. Like I feel like a good design is like should be like kind of simple. Get the point across, and then, you know. I'm just thinking it'd be a great like book to do like a full story of how the stain came to be, like the deep lore of like when humans first encountered the Cthulhu creature, or the eldritch like space creature, and it made a deal with them that they would lose their humanity but be able to kind of rule the universe. You know, it's not like it turned them straight into this. It was like it was a process over millions of years that took them in a different course away from purity and good. Alright, would you want this creature to be something that's started in space? Well, oh sorry, I have seen that also. I think hornets or wasps. Yeah, they can get very they can take out the what were we talking? Yeah. So it would be like originally humanity. You know, they go out and explore space, and of course, eventually you're gonna come across a something like a god. You know, in this universe, they all exist physically, and you eventually come across them or get their message, and in one way to serve them is just through whatever ideology they espouse, and that's one way for a god to become more powerful. So they don't necessarily change you physically, but some of them do, right? Some of them, like once you start interacting with them and sort of agreeing with them to any capacity, your physical, you know, like once you're under their will and you've agreed to serve them, you will eventually, like slowly over thousands of years, your shape and your civilization starts to change into what that creature, you know, is. Okay, we could have it be a microorganism that was attached to a meteor in space. The people find it and take it back to Earth. I was thinking like the eldritch, sort of the god, right? The Cthulhu god, like that, like their origins are from that, or you know what I mean. Their true origins are from originally, like the way anything comes to be is there's these cosmic horrors in space, and they are powerful enough to create things, or you know, interact with the civilization to get it to create something. And so that's sort of what I was thinking. But as far as like, it could take like one of these space gods could potentially take like a human faction and slowly turn it back into a virus, or slowly turn it back into, you know, whatever it wants, or a more powerful civilization or something. You know what I mean? Like it can go either way. Like once you're serving one of them, as to how things are gonna go. That's sort of kind of like what I was thinking. And this is just a horrific, tragic kind of like version of what happened to, you know, the humans that interacted with a space god. They got turned into like this sort of stain virus that just spreads across the universe, and that's how that god gains power, right? That's how he, or that god, sort of has any authority. Is like now it's ruling the philosophy of these like creatures. I'm not even sure if I want to really emphasize the ribcage idea. I tend to kind of like draw my creatures and like really like emphasize the ribcage and all that. I kind of want to get away from that a little bit. Anyway, that's sort of like what like maybe a one-legged one would look like. You know, then I want to draw something similar, but just like a variation of it with like more legs. Where it has its two legs. But then it has two more legs. By the way, I am recording all of this, so it's good. There's gonna be a time lapse of like all this stuff. Hopefully, I can get it like all organized. So an army of Ted the bear. Yeah. Oh yeah, I missed them. It sounds. Make the teddy bears origins of how they came to be goofy to make them look innocent, but show them threatening in the comic. Yeah. Yeah. I think that the teddy bears are gonna be pretty cool. I think. You know, they've just attached themselves to that look, but they are basically, you know, they're very good at fighting and stuff. But I haven't really thought too much about the bears. I just have like, you know, some sort of conception of what they are. But right now, I think the stain is like my flood. You know, the flood from Halo. Like this is our version of the flood. I really need to get like a 3D. Oh wait, you mean that comedy film called Ted? They literally, yeah, like I mean they are like if you have you seen the movie AI with like Jude Law, and then there was like that little kid or whatever. That's sort of like I'm almost thinking like that's sort of like their origins is like they were basically helpers for humans until things went very wrong, and then they developed their own sentience. Like it's kind of like the Skynet Terminator idea, but just in bear suits. And they maintain their bear identity. That's kind of like what I'm thinking. I never get tired of giving ideas or telling stories. It's basically my coffee. Nice. How are you, by the way, Nick? Oh, I'm doing great. Like my life overall, like is that what you mean, or because if that's what you were asking about, it's going alright. I mean, not really anything exciting going on in my life. I just kind of sit here and draw, and then make them smooth as frog's belly. Well, yeah, I think their skin is like it's just like I imagine it being like almost like oil, like if you get oil on on a toad, like that's what they would look like is just oil black, like reflective kind of, wet, kind. You know what I mean? So maybe they wouldn't do so good on like hot planets. I was just writing a story last night. Nice. Yeah, I'm not like really a great storyteller per se, but I do like to, because I like real time strategy games. I really enjoy like thinking of factions and like how they could function and all that. I think that is like very exciting. When you guys write your stories, do you guys actually like have characters and stuff that you guys are putting in there, or are you guys just doing like are you guys actually like writing stories with like full on like stories, or because what I do is I basically just riff about like how I think a creature exists. I don't think I would be able to write like dialogue, like and all that kind of stuff with like specific characters talking. Working on a character, I am practicing on dialogue through to add personality to the character. I'm making a full on stories like how the world of my comic book and characters perspective. Nice. When I sped the video up, when I was like doing my time lapses the other day, when you speed everything up times 32, you can actually see like the sun move across my desk. Like when you see the glare in the reflection of the window, it actually like moves at a pretty good pace at that point. Times 32 is the number. It's kind of weird to watch the daylight go by like that. basically, I want this character to have a role in aiding into the growth of another who I want to transition over. I want to develop into creativity as well as creatures. Have you ever played the game Infamous Second Son? Infamous Second Son does not ring a bell. Let me see. I think. I've seen about this game. Is that where he's like super powerful and yeah, I've definitely like I've heard about this game on YouTube. He has a power. Oh yeah, this is not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of the one where he has like different. I don't know. I was thinking of something else, but yeah, I've heard of this game. But no, I've never played that game. Well, you have to try it. Yeah, man, it's just that there's not enough time to try all of them. Like right now, I'm just trying to play a little Call of Duty every morning, you know, and then I need to do other things, you know. Oh, Alice in the Wonderland! I bought that for like $1, and I'm like trying to get through that game. Then last night I was playing Hardship, which was like awesome. I really enjoyed that game, building like simple circuits and stuff to make things work. That was like I like that. I've always like really enjoyed that stuff. Like in theory, I like the discipline of it, but I do get a little bored when I actually like sit there for hours and. But I say I'm bad at that kind of stuff, but at the same time, if you look at the time, if I was able to sit and think about, math and computer, like if I did it as much as I do drawing, like I mean realistically, right? Like if I sat there for like 7 hours, which I sometimes do when I draw, right? And that's what I would force myself to think about, I would get it. It's just that I really don't like, doing it, and that's the problem, is I just sort of like to passively know about it a little bit. Did it run out of music? Where did I just stop playing? I know what I haven't heard for a while is Frostpunk 2. I feel like this music really encapsulates at least some of the songs in this. I really like. I feel like it fits in with like the darkness of this universe. I can imagining it sounding something like this. Yes, it fits. Thank you. I also think it fits. So you guys get the idea. They're not strictly one way or the other. They can kind of just sort of change form before their birth. Once they're birth, they can't change form. But like I said, so initially when they're manufactured, they don't have our main protagonists don't have what would you call it? Like fully articulated legs and arms, and those have to be installed later. And the brainstem. So I'm just kind of drawing out the basics of that system of like, their boots that they wear for the rest of their lives or whatever, are part of their kneecap system or whatever. The prosthetics connect to their nervous system. I would assume there would be some sort of system for that. Yeah, like it would be yeah, like basically it I mean, I'm not like going to like probably like explain all that except for maybe showing some rudimentary like the gloves, right? They're basically like hands basically, right? And then there's going to be like things that attach physically to the stub to like give control of that mechanism. But I don't feel like it's something like I'm overly going to focus on or like explain every detail of. It's just going to show at some point like them being assembled and then just move on to the next scene, oh yeah, do they have customized? Yeah, I would say, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like they would definitely have the customization available. Not at first, but if they survive enough battles and, like I said, the Sons of Mars Empire, they're not really human either anymore. They're far gone from that. Even if the lore goes to they were human, they are no longer human. But this could also just be an alternate reality completely, where just different evolutionary paths and they might end up not having anything to do with humanity. Thinking about showing like the skull being placed back, so like this could be gone for now. And showing like the upper part of the skull attached to the brainstem that they install. We'll make up a design that's a little bit more elaborate than what I'm about to do now, but like you also see part of the spinal cord being installed with the brain. This is definitely going to get elaborated on and like fleshed out more. But like right now, I'm just sort of showing the. Yeah, there's definitely going to be like different style helmets and different, attachments and stuff like that they can do. That's definitely going to be in there. You gotta reach a certain rank before the upgrades. I would say you gotta survive so many battles, whether it's your intelligence or luck. Even though the brain that's installed is also like very controlled and similar to the other brains, I would say that they manage intelligence and stuff like that, so they don't get too far. They don't get too kind of crazy ideas about how things should be. But if they survive so many battles, they go from having a number assigned to them to like to having a name that they can choose from, and from there like their further influences sort of they gain more authority and power from there, from serving the empire. I also need to flesh out a couple of basic rifles that we're gonna see kind of repeat. They're not gonna be anything super amazing. They're just like basic, kind of assault rifles that they're gonna have commonly distributed to them, and from there, the weapons are gonna get crazier. But I'm not. There's so much to flesh out. I just kind of want to get the basic kind of. Ah, that's so dark. I just thought about how dark it is to make people that are like basically like they're not fully, even made yet, and but they're alive, and then they're just the assembly is finished. That's how far away they've gotten away from the natural birthing process through like genetic modification and like all the paths that their civilization took to where now their only means of reproducing is through like basically giant factories that just assemble them. I just can't think of anything more fun to do like with my day other than like just draw like little space like little marine people being assembled in an assembly line. It's like the pinnacle of life, I feel like. Honestly, I would be drawing mythical turtles, but yeah, that works too. One day we'll go back to drawing mythical turtles and adventure, you know, like sort of like the more non-grim dark kind of D&D stuff. That'll we'll circle back around to that. Maybe like when I start doing more streaming, like more professionally, hopefully, then I'll do like we'll have a day of like request or something, and then we'll do mythical turtles on the other request days. I'll look out for that. Yeah, I'll have to schedule. I'll have to like create a schedule like where once a week I just kind of do that. Because there has been like people now that have been coming back consistently and stuff, so I feel like there should be some sort of community thing going on at some point. I think this is a good snapshot of sort of like what I wanted things to look like as far as like them being assembled. Obviously, I can flesh this out more, but I'm really digging like what's happening here as far connecting the dots. Ooh. this is basically the rough outline, I think, of kind of where I'm going with. Yeah, I want there to be a lot of. I don't want the world to be steampunk, of course, but I do want there to be like heavy gears and chains and the architecture resembling having like, you know, a certain like. I want to say like. I don't want it to be like high gothic, but I want to get away from the, you know, I definitely want to have gears and chains and like a lot of like the mechanical contraptions, you know, vibes, heavy metal, heavy industry kind of vibes for the main faction. But I also don't want to go in that high gothic kind of direction. I want it to be a little bit more different. Like, it looks great. Thank you. Yeah, this is. I think I've encompassed the spirit of the manufacturing of the Sons of Mars. You know, when you see them being compressed, well, a little of it could work. Yeah, I want to design like the buildings. I would say, you know, I did like maybe I know 19th century does have like Gothic architecture in it, but I'm just saying like the kind of more like dystopian European or something, like basically like 19th century but like heavier metal and stuff, like heavy metallic construction kind of materials vibes. That's kind of what I want is you know, but not necessarily like I do like the creativity of technology and art, yeah. You know, it's all like functional, but there's going to be design elements too where, you know, they're for aesthetics and stuff. So, but yeah, I'm really happy with the way. And then this is where we started off, of course. These guys, I'm going to keep these pictures for like these. This is definitively how the normal warriors are going to look. I still might change something, but I'm pretty happy with these kind of guys. And then you got the brood mothers kind of concept where they poop out like the egg sacs, the larvae that kind of crawls around until they're ready to be birthed. And that's how they reproduce. And that's the world so far. It's pretty fun, you know. It's a light-hearted world, you know. But I'm just going to do a little shading until I hit hour 4, and then I'm going to get out of here. And I got to actually do work today, unfortunately. But I will be getting chicken nuggets on my way to getting my work and enjoying some chicken nuggets and coffee. So, yeah, this was actually a really great stream. There was a lot of I think I formed a lot of good ideas. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times you go into it and 4 hours later you come out with like one little picture that's like kind of cool. I feel like this is like, I really love the soldier assembly line concept. I always have, so I kind of want to do my own version of it. They start out as clay, basically clay that's sort of semi-alive, no articulation in hands and feet, and then the parts, like the rest of it, is attached later. It's not like they're modifying a perfectly good, you know, creature. They're taking something that's not even fully done being made until the full process is complete. The brain still has to be installed. All that. just thought the back needs to be like opened up for the spinal cord to go in. It can't. I don't think it can just go through the top of the head. Right? It's gotta. You're gonna have to have like some sort of a back of the head has to be opened up, and then the spine, and then part of the part of the back surgically removed to in order to get the spinal cord to like go. I'm just brainstorming here. The last couple of minutes, I just realized I kind of made a mistake, but it's fine. When I draw the final, I'll sort of remove the back of the skull here, so you can kind of imagine the spinal cord being able to be put into the jelly body or whatever. So if that makes sense. Why does this camera keep falling over? That's so annoying. And like when I move it, it just falls over further. I think I like that. I like where I went with that, with the spinal cord being like connected to the brain, and then of course you should be able to extract the brain if the soldier dies, and put it in a new body. I think that's a good idea, you know. post this on my story. This is definitely like good enough to post in stories. It's fun. My Insta. Let's see here. I'm gonna do this one. Then that one. Man, I'm just farming good ideas today. Hey, did you know there is a planet made of diamonds? I'm sure with like the amount of compression, like because it takes pressure, right, to make diamonds and stuff. So I'm sure there's like some planet that's like somehow, some way went through so much of it that that like there would be a large part of it would be diamond, basically. But no, I didn't know that. I just assumed that that's probably, I assumed that that's like true, But oh man, this is a good drawing session. I'm really happy, like with the way everything turned out. I kind of had some of these ideas in the back of my mind, so it was like I kind of just needed to put them down on paper. Now from here, I just need to refine them and make them like, do kind of like further refinements and all that. But anyway, I really enjoyed this drawing session. I'm at hour 4. We will talk more about planets and diamond planets, but it will have to be tomorrow, and I gotta go pick up work and do that. But I will be back tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoyed. See you guys later.